There we go. Like, why is it not audio not working? Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you were all doing wonderful today. Um, oh, oh my god, I changed so much between VR and not, and I forget to fix everything. There we go. I hope you were all doing wonderful today. That you all had some. Okay. Had fun, because I certainly did. And that, yeah, I think we're going to keep doing that. I'm not sure if I'll stick with Wednesdays, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing a regular weekly Beat Saber stream. I kind of want to get out of this. Let's play one game until it's done, and then play the next game until it's done, and then never revisit things. I'd like to have that sometimes, but I also want to come back to having like certain days be a regular thing. Like if things get big enough, community night would be nice. Marbles nights would be nice. A regular Beat Saber stream like we did. And then like 1 or 2 days a week we plug our way through a game that we're working on. And then that feels more like a community and less like everyone just watching me play something, right? So yeah, that's the plan. That said, don't have we don't have enough going on yet for me. I'm not ambitious enough to to jump in and go, let's just jump right into a big like Jackbox Nick, because I know we're not ready for that yet. But that's the eventual plan. But for the moment, today we are playing a game called The Forgotten City, and from what I understand, it is based off of a mod made for Skyrim. That the idea got taken and polished into a formal game. It won a bunch of awards. And the idea, the general gist of it, is that there is a city where there is no sin, no crime. So it seems like utopia. However, if any one person commits one sin, everyone living there will die. And in some way or another, it is known that someone is going to commit a sin, and it is your job to stop them. And there's a time travel mechanic and whatnot, time loops. So it sounds kind of like there's some inspiration coming from Outer Wilds, amongst other things. It seems really good. I like these kinds of games. I like these puzzle games. So we are going to give it a go. Go change the screen. Ugh. First. Oh, they already have it down to 80. Perfect. We'll see how that... Hands, please. That, if we're going to stick with that. Go up to like 100, just because I have an ultra wide. We're going to go down to high because I'm streaming. And yes, we do want subtitles. Perfect. For a team of 3 people. That's even more impressive.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, Wanna tell me who you are?
So I'm a nobody. Okay. Sure. Or pale as can be, because that sounds about right. I am fluorescently pale.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Sure. So, archaeologists, years of studying give you occasional insights into the ancient world. Soldier, you have a military-issued firearm, but only 10 bullets. You must use them judiciously, since there's no way to get more. Your time on the run from authorities has made you quick on your feet, and you're 25% faster when sprinting. Your recent head trauma has increased your pain threshold, making you 50% harder to take down. I'm going to go with the archaeologist.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped, or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
Alright, so that's the premise, I guess. I just wake up here and she wants me to go, wow, look at those crazy eyes. We'd better listen to her, because those are not the kind of eyes you say no to.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy, I just... What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
You seem very defensive.
Fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
All those Karen memes, they're so self-aware, I love it.
Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al. He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
All right.
Not much, really.
Rome?
But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
Okay.
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
A flashlight. Perfect. Ooh. We got some little leggy bits there. We'll see if I have to turn it down again. Nope, can't even walk over that. There's a wall. This would be super cool, though, to just be able to walk into a place, like a cave, and find ruins like this. That'd be neat. We don't have anything like the old enough like that where I'm living. Nope. Okay.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten. All knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
I'm gonna go with the warning. Oh. Oh! Down over here. No, wow. That's quite the ceiling, though. Very shiny people. Oh, it moved! The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. They move when you're not looking at them. At least this one does. That's really creepy. Oh, I hate this. Oh, we just push our way through. Okay. Little loading screen, I guess. These seem less shiny than others. They're moving! Oh my god, the moving freaks me out. F5 to quick save. And they're gonna move too, aren't they? Yes. Ugh. Oh, Jesus, I can push them over? Can I push all of them over? Not those ones. Now try looking at me. Yeah, that's right. Nope, can't knock him over. There. Now you can sleep.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place.
Well then.
Going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Well, that's depressing. Hope we have a little bit better luck than our friend Al. I'm sure we can do a little better. Here we are. Hands, please.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you, and what were you doing in that shrine? No idea what you're talking about.
I don't think that's going to go over very well.
Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, It's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, are you coming?
Hey,
Let's see what you've got for
When I
me.
first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it, and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat.
Already gold people everywhere, though.
That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without
Don't steal anything, don't hurt
bone.
anyone, don't... Whoever made this didn't get a
Don't
chance to
mind Livia.
finish.
She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy.
That would be a lie, though, so apparently lies are not a
Citizen.
sin.
My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can
Oh,
explain
it automatically does it for me. That's
when I was
convenient.
serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9.
Well, that's one way to
Nobody
keep
done
people in
anything
line.
wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
What have you got for me?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name, to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months.
They've only been here for 7 months,
22
then.
complete strangers brought
That's very
together
new.
by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, Nothing? Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
He's jumping to conclusions pretty quick. It will be available later. Yeah, but let's just cover the bases now. What
An
counts as a
intelligent
sin?
question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome.
So lying
It is
doesn't
only
count.
by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
I mean, that's not necessarily relevant
I'm
right now.
glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows.
Which evidently
I
isn't a
would be
sin,
keeping
or
a
they would
close
all
eye
be
on
dead.
them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time.
He was really quick to accept that.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Well, that makes sense, but it's also not helpful at all.
If I understand Prosepina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Yes.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Shrine of Apollo, back that way. Alright. Let's just check his place first. While I'm here. Scintilla to Sentius. May Jupiter Optimus Maximus continue to protect and guide you. Thank you for making me your daughter, and for the lovely birthday pendant. I promise I will wear it always. I feel so safe and fortunate to have you as my father and Sentia as my sister. I sense you've been feeling apprehensive about the election next month, but you can just show them the strong and dependable man I know you to be, and you will be re-elected. I am sure of it. Oh, is there a next page? No, there is not.
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
What have you got?
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Ugh, what is it with you people?
Just
Heard the
unbearable
rumor that my
already.
little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
Apparently being a bitch isn't a crime either.
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me.
I wonder if it was
Because
Al.
Our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock.
Well, that's
He's
rude.
upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her, so he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she's affectionately known as Scintilla.
All right. That would actually make sense with Latin.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. If you must know, I'm here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa. I couldn't bear to lose you too, he says, as if he loves me, and not because he needs at least one daughter he can trade off. So you'll help me find her? Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed. Thank you.
She's less of a bitch after you promise to help her. Servant's problem. Nothing interesting there. Can't read that scroll. I will get to the scroll in a moment. Oh, stealing. That would be stealing. Today, dear diary, today my father suggested I write a diary as a way of keeping myself occupied while we all deal with the sudden and devastating disappearance of my sister. As a dutiful daughter, of course I shall oblige. The following pages contain my innermost secrets. I know you're reading this, Father. I may be young, but do not think me stupid. We are all entitled to our secrets. Alright then. But don't steal. Same thing for all of them. Nope, not that one. That one. This last one that's glitched into the wall. Nothing. I still have a question mark. Oh, there we go. Scintilla to Sentius and Sentia, may Clementia give you the strength to forgive me. I'm sorry to have to leave this way, but I have found a way to escape and I must take it. I hope we meet again someday. See what she has to say.
What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that. I wonder how I could have missed it.
Perhaps
Strange,
it was put there
but
after you searched
well
it.
done, I suppose. But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Sentilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
All right. Hello there.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man
Okay, he's
Sentius
less
up on his balcony.
interesting, or
What's he offering
less
you?
attractive now.
Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What? You're throwing your lot in with him for free, then? That's even worse. Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
Oh, okay.
Good. Then stay out of it. Nobody likes caput murdae foreigners interfering in an election. Can't hurt. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
I don't
think
know
it's gone on long
what
enough.
they think one person
And
can change when
Malleolus
they
is
have
gonna
no
put an end to
supplies.
it once he's elected. He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see. 'Cause if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us? She's not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this morning. Shrine of Apollo. She was acting sick. Faking it, if you ask me. Typical. Whatever. Just remember.
Looks like we're
I'll
going
be
to the Temple of Apollo one way or another. We gotta go there now. Right. These voices. Yeah, what's with these already golden people? I thought everyone would die. See if there's anything around. Locked. I think she's dead.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Julia. She was a good woman. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat
That
her
would
with
be a
resin of
sin.
silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value
Capitalists.
your friends like that
Unbelievable.
highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out. I'm Lucretia.
Yeah, I guess if one
and I'm going to
person's
be
or someone's
straight
figured out
with
how to
you.
kill one
I'm
person
not a
without breaking
physician.
the rule,
This is
they could do it
Melia's
again.
clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense.
I guess.
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. A real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose. I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just
It's
don't
better than
get
nothing.
sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Sure. What do you want to know?
Wow, okay, so much conversation
How
here.
did you know that? Yes, she did mutter something about the only way out. A few times, but nothing more than that, I'm afraid. Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it. Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive. Gladly.
Well, so that's it.
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Right. Save. I will be right back. I just need to go to the washroom quick. I'll be just a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Just a quick bathroom break. So that's one temple. What are the rest of these other temples? That's locked. Some kind of marketplace, but it's empty. Does he look busy? Because he looks like he's just standing around.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
There we go.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we?
How did he know that already? Oh, he's the asshole who wouldn't give the ingredients.
You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome.
Please.
Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
Oh, God.
The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
Oh,
Naturally,
God.
I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
Totally went over his head there.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
No shame.
No need to decide on anything yet. Just sleep on it, yeah? Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Not going to happen. Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it.
It is interesting. It is possible that he poisons someone and then provides the cure? Or at least set them up so it was possible.
Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statue was whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this silphium or not? That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years? Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
I wonder if threatening is a sin. Let's find out.
Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Nice try. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Very well. Another time.
That you said take it and run. Things to buy once I've escaped. A villa on the Aventine Rome, a 2-horse chariot, seat on the Senate, 4-horse chariot, villa on the Bay of Naples, 10-horse chariot, 12 slave girls, pale and plump. Man's got some lofty dreams there. Oh, I thought I saw something. No. Let's do it. Let's see what happens.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Stop this madness, I beg.
Alright, so it... goes badly. Oh, and then he dies. Though stealing is a sin,
salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
What do we have this time? Zipline handlebar.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
That's
all right,
something, I guess.
See you around.
Can I use this? Inventory. Apparently this... Oh, I probably can come down from up there, but I can't go up there. Okay. Where's she? She was there before. Why is she not there now? Ah, so this is, what's his name's home? Read his poem. My life has been torturous as the 7 labors of Hercules. Orphaned, defeated, and enslaved, yet I would suffer it all again gladly. Because each wound and tragedy brought me to you. Radiant is a Rome's sacred flame, your bright warmth nourishes my soul. I know I can never touch you, any more than hold Vesta's flame, but to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glow is enough. Doesn't rhyme, but it is heartfelt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Hmm. Seems to be some kind of a... Yeah, let's not steal, I suppose. Ah, Horatius. This gives us a good way to restart things if we want. We just go steal some denarii.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
Layer of insects, that's disgusting.
You're in a world of your own, aren't you? You stay away from my money.
Okay, so if we need to get in there, we can do that really quickly. We just steal the key and then look in the chest. Oh, I don't know why I still have that torch out.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Wow, okay, what?
Oh, do us all a favour and drink...
Alright, I guess I won't be a patron at your tavern. Holy shit.
Tantalus cannot catch the drops of just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world. So this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment.
He's talking about the statues.
The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Oh, there it is. Bloodless shadows imitate their previous lives they do not know. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. Oh, that is, well, I know who to not try things with. Keep looking at me and I hate it. Oh, I do have a health bar.
49 Bellides fetched
I've got to look
again,
up here.
with incessant labor. The water they have lost.
More of this fermented fish sauce. About it. Oh, this is probably the doctor's. Yeah. The chest in the Shrine of Apollo. It's not a steal.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor.
So, I'm not sure what that's gonna... I'm not gonna go to the Shrine of Apollo yet. I want to see what's up here. Actually, you know what? I should probably... I should probably focus on one thing at a time, because this is going to get very confusing if I do not. Autism is willow bark. Flatulence is rhubarb. Ulcers, again, I don't know. Stomach, I don't know what these are. Boils is aloe.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is... She needs the resin of a plant called Sylphium. What? Quick, give it here.
Oh, I took it and I get to keep it.
You need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
So I could steal everything and then just keep building up more and more money.
Hopefully in a moment she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Look. If you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself.
I did not realize that would happen.
She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia? Oh, I see. Well, what's the treatment? Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and
hearing voices is not exactly a good thing.
Anything about what? That's a shame. Thanks.
Let's see. Oh, she is up now. Good.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions.
But she can't be murdered.
The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
Right, then tell me.
All right. I'd been here about a week. When it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life, I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that
1,000
much.
denarii seems to be
So
a
she
common
suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I
amount.
did. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor
If I
for
still
30
have
years,
that
and there was
stuff,
nothing he could do. I
can still save her, otherwise I'm gonna have to steal it again and do another cycle.
But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths.
But I bet you
he
1,000
locked me
gold
in
or
his
denarii
villa,
is in the tavern's
confiscated
chest.
everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself. knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but...
I wonder if I'm gonna have to save everyone,
Thank
and
you.
that's... because that's what breaks the rule.
Alright, but please don't take too long. No. I did hear from Ulpius that she disappeared. It's very sad. She was such a lovely young woman. But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went missing, so I can't help you, I'm afraid. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while. Until 7 months ago when the fires came.
The fires seem to be
and I worked desperately to try
turning
to
point
protect
for everyone
our
here.
warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless, and it claimed everything. And everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber, with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then... the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny.
Yeah, that's
Go
probably
away.
rather cold. Okay, that ruined everything.
I know what...
Alright, I ruined my chance there.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Wait, do I have... I still do have the resin, so I do keep it. Good. If I can save what's-his-face... That's the house I was at. This is the... So that might be the dude standing there. See if I can actually save him.
Salve, friend. I'm
I
Octavia.
didn't want to talk to you.
Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? All right, well, it was lovely.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life, working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Oh, mouse. There we go, okay.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I am out.
Don't know what that means.
Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. Poor
Yeah,
lamb.
apparently suicide isn't a sin.
Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Temple door locked. Okay, so that was the wrong thing to say to save him. We will have other chances, though. Is that Sisyphus? What's back here? Unlocked. Okay. What else can we do? So that's probably the way to not have that happen. I wonder if he's the dude that Scintilla was dating. Yeah, so I could in theory suspect, like, anyone. Ah, I can take those. That's not stealing. Wonder if they'll be there every time. Okay. What's going on in there? Arrows, okay. Why would there be a bow? Why are they whispering about it here? Possibly another way in? And yeah, it's locked. Can't just push it open. Ow, fire hurts. Okay, so there's no way in that way, at least. Who are you?
Name's Ulpius, with the Watcher's stick. What business is that?
Oh, that's this dude. Okay.
Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
Happy to help.
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but families from Seleucia and Thebes, Babylon province. I've been rolling a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now. Not sure. I was fighting with the 6th against Parthians in the east. Only my whole body was aching every time I took a swing of my gladius. It was the rheumatism. Relentless. Unending. Of course, I wasn't going to get any sympathy from my commander. So I started thinking, what if, in the next battle, I just didn't try as hard, you know? What if I let my guard down just long enough? Next battle came, and all I remember is this bloody great savage coming toward me. And I just loosened my grip, and then nothing. I woke up by the river. Some strange man in an eagle headdress had fished me out. Kamut Tabal, I think he called himself. Then I found this place, and that's it. Are you calling me a liar? I just opened up to you. And
Well, that wasn't what I was saying.
face? I won't make that mistake again.
Oh, I wasn't trying to insult you. I was just saying it was odd. Jesus. Okay, so I can get down there quickly. What's... Oh, it's toilets. I say a sauna, but no, it's toilets. Theophilus has had a lot of orgies in a lot of places, apparently. Jesus. A communal use. That is disgusting.
Make sure you stay away from that empty shrine. It's going to collapse at any moment.
Virgil, they may not see now yet, but I want you to know I see you. Virgil, I know who you are and what you want. Turn away from this path before we all suffer for your sins. You really want to be responsible for what destroyed us all. Wow, someone's really stuck on him being a bad dude.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there...
Why is someone convinced that he's a bad guy?
Salve. and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
I do, actually.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans who first started building here were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Gladly.
That is interesting.
Personally,
I get the impression this isn't the first time a bunch of people have come here based on the statues
adjoining
everywhere.
arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course.
All right. Interesting.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Ah. So things haven't changed much.
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin.
Oh, this is early Christians, isn't it?
If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Nice to talk to you.
Some things never change. Oh, here's... I see where we are now. Whoa.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? Why? All right, Fabia.
It's in this empty shrine. Okay. How long ago was my last save? Hand. Okay, like just now. Same thing. Okay, let's go into the bath, see what's going on.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
He's gonna go into that shrine and die. Then maybe I can get his bow?
Filthy, lying degenerate!
Huh. Now I have a bow. By order of Emperor Nero, all loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quinticus Crispus, a citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He is about 40 to 50 years old, average height, average build, has dark hair, and is one green eye and one blue eye. He's typically clean-shaven, a known associate of the cultists, and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Okay. Merchants in the Forum. Figure out how to find a creative way into the Upper Cistern. Alright. Well, that's too late. I'm gonna have to do that later, though. At another loop. Little loading there. Oh, this is where we came in. Through that hole in the roof. If there's anything down here. No. Above the water. Huh. Oh, Recon Proto, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Let's see, what do I want to be doing? We are the future. Let's help out this dude. Oh. Oh, there he is.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow
I'm doing quite well today, thank you.
But
Just
I would like to propose a joint
enjoying
business venture of sorts.
this puzzle game.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human
This
life,
guy
which
is an
has to be
asshole.
stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining.
Some people.
And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
No.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule.
There's no profit.
Excellent. So the first
Anything
question
here.
is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? Good. Then none of this should be a surprise to you. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
That's probably theft.
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow.
I still think that would count
You
as
enter the
theft.
shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. So, are you in, partner?
I can probably come back and do this again.
Are you sure? Last chance.
The voices say to do it, though.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
I could also just steal the bow and then reset the whole loop.
Bow. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
May the gods not watch over me. I also wanted to talk to you.
Ah, back again, I see. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something.
Okay.
Very well. Another time.
I don't want to do that. I want to do this one. I'm still working on this one. Fabia. What is she? I don't think I was in here. I thought I'd explored everything in this area, but apparently not. Freely available. Alright, I'll take a loaf of bread. Or several.
You took care of him? An accident? So, it's over?
Oh, that's why, because this door would have been locked
It's such
before.
a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question, though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse? I don't understand. Oh, I see. Oh, I should probably keep my
As
big
if
mouth
the
shut
gods
then.
wouldn't know.
Sorry. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything? Terrible shame.
Mostly
that
wanting
is.
to know about that.
Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone
Someone's in
in
a
front of
cell?
Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps.
It does help. Thank you. What's her story?
There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
That's not what I meant.
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went
That seems to be a very common trend,
stumbled
though.
across the trapdoor temple, and here I am.
That's going to be an accusation again.
It's nice
It
of you
is
to
odd,
say,
and that's all I'm
but you
saying.
should save your
But apparently
sympathy.
they take it like an
Lots
accusation.
of people here need it more than I do. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
All right, before we solve this, God, Arm, calm down. My microphone boom does not play well with my leap motion. I'm just going to take another quick bathroom break. I will be right back. And I'm back. So I had a tea before the stream just because I was feeling a little sleepy, and apparently it makes me have to go to the washroom a bunch.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Do not need the money. Oh, what are these? Oh, dyes. Alright.
Ah, a fellow traveler.
So let's go talk to some of these people. I suspect it's probably this dude, but I don't know if he's going to talk to me. So I actually might have to come back to this. That doesn't highlight anything for me. That's too late. Oh. And he's dead, so I can't do that. I'm gonna reset everything.
Don't you just love springtime?
And before I do that, I'm gonna steal a bunch of money. Where was it? Over here.
The 49
Vote
Bellies
for
fetch
Malleolus
again.
for a free
With
drink. Oh, do us all a
incessant
favour and drink hemlock,
The water
Captain
they
Murder.
have lost.
Yeah, she's like, I could be coming in to buy shit. But no.
Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink. Get out.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I think it's paused. Nope, I'm just gonna steal it. Get to the shrine. Do your ritual thing. There we go. Reset the time loop.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Don't want to explain it to you, though.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Oh, can he...
Poor guy. My
Can he do
uncle was a
everything
victim
for
of
me?
rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Oh, so you
I'll
are
go,
useful.
But once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Good. So you take care of everything, and I don't have to do the same stuff over and over every loop. And I think I keep all the items. Yeah, I do. And I got a bunch of money now.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water.
So let's go up top. And go save what's-his-face from jumping. Yes, we will talk to you, Rufius, later. I did not mean to insult you last time, but you seem to have taken things very poorly. I wonder how long I actually have before someone does something. Because so far I've caused every reset. It hasn't happened organically.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Let's say the right
Why
thing
do you
this time.
think I'm stuck for the rest of my life?
I know,
I'm sorry, but I just...
Please, help him. Thank
Yes. Is this what Scintilla would want?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster.
I do, but I'm not going to give it to you this time.
2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. We might as well be slaves. And that's how much it will take to buy our freedom back. So, do you have the money or not? Really?
Yeah, sure.
Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you, then? You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers?
They could just steal the 2,000 again.
It seems today we're both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing
yes, you can
but
help
the
me
tunic on
find
my back.
the Scintilla.
Ah. And there it is. All right. Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus' villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her. And from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for
Love at
weeks
first
on
sight.
end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But with her gone, things unraveled quickly. You saw how bad it got. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the Golden Rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me. That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her. I have no
Would
idea
that not
how,
be a sin
or
as
who
well?
would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened?
That's quite the accusation.
My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the Golden Rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Let me know what you discover.
All right.
I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Wait, what's over here? I don't think I've been over here yet. Can I walk on this? No. This may have been a mistake, because now I can't jump up on anything. Oh, good, okay. Oh, I could have gone into the broken chamber up there? Which I can do anyways this way. Okay, so it doesn't matter. What is up here? Oh, so it doesn't matter. Oh! Oopsies. Old chest, more dinars. I do hear flowing water. That might be the way in. The cistern. No explosives, though. Let's go up. Here. Oh, this is where I start. What if I go up here? Yeah, I can't just go in there. Can I just jump down this now? Or is this gonna... This might kill me. Oh! Okay. I survived, at least. I can't sprint now. I may have broken my legs. Oh, I was crouched. That's why I can't sprint. Eh. Let's go talk to Rufius, now that he's a little bit more chill.
Name's Rufius. No idea what you're talking about? Yeah? Prove it. See you around.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Just go in here? Okay, I can, I guess. Octavia. Directions to this... Ooh. I'm sorry I could not risk discussing with you in person, but if I am right and you a believer like me, you may not be able to worship openly here, but you know you're not alone. If you ever feel like you need somewhere to pray, there's a special place waiting for you deep in the caves behind the theater. Turn right at the first fork and again at the second. So that's for those cult people. And by cult, I think they're referring to Christianity. Because in this timeline, it would still be a cult. Like at this point in time, it's only 65 AD. Is that the whole thing? That's the house? Okay. Oh, there's stairs there. Okay. Oh, that is the whole house. Huh.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Apparently not.
Good. You'd be eaten alive, little runt like you. Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life this was no man. More like a Strix. Or some Versipelus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see which. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Well, it's your funeral.
Right, I also wanted to talk to you, Dominus.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Do I seem like anonymous threats are my style? You don't know Sturkus.
Alright.
Whatever. Just remember.
So let's save. And have a bow. Can fill things with this. Is it just the one? Take that, take this pendant. Not sure if there's going to be another one of these things attacking me at some point. Come on. Oh shit. Got some more arrows. Oh, a crushed creature. So those things came from wherever that cave is, it would seem like. Very well lit down there, though. Oh, loading.
What now?
Okay, whatever. I can't tell him about it. I was thinking I would be able to tell him.
Fear is proof of a degenerate. What is it, citizen? What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me. All right?
Let's send, or show, it said show this to what's her
Another
name.
one fresh out of the... Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. Oh, you...
There we go.
Oh no, that's Scintilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods, you mean she's... What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Scintilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone do such a thing? What? You don't know her at all. She would never do such a thing. And even if she did, where is she now? So this is just baseless speculation then?
Well, it's
I've
that
heard
or
enough.
she's dead.
I won't have you peddling scurrilous gossip about my sister's tragic death. Kindly keep your insane conspiracy theories to yourself and leave me alone to grieve, you barbarian.
Like, we can hope that she just did this to cover her tracks, or she's dead. Which one would you prefer? There's something I am missing in here.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and
Fish
lets
sauce.
out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades.
Incomplete
imitating
note.
their previous
This is your
lives.
final warning, sinner.
Ignorant.
Rufius.
You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
So he might be a cultist as well. Okay, so let's go finish this lead off. Can I just go up this way? Yes. Yes, I can.
You again. No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rumor rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. And the pain starts to mess with your head.
Good cover.
Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Let's wrap this one up. Virgil, you are now safe.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's... what demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Nice to talk to you.
Are we completed on that? Yes. Yes, we are.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
I am, however... Where did they... Caves... I'm not 100% sure what's going to be back here, but I'm a little nervous about it. This place is called Accursed. Here, Titus offers up his innards to be torn, stretched out over 9 fields. Yet you, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you. You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Ixion turns and follows after himself, and flees, and the 49 Belides who dare to plot the destruction of their cousins or husbands fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost. The bloodless shall wander without flesh or bone. They're talking about these statues everywhere. God, and they're all watching me, and I hate it. If only they could support my weight. How do I make that happen? I don't know how that... A bottle of wine. trying to find that, cave where I was supposed to go find the religious cult. Hello, goat. Oh, this is him.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. I'll keep it between us. I promise. You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago.
I know who Sisyphus is.
For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
That is a bright side.
I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Will do.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Thank you, Galerius. You seem like a nice guy. What's over there? Oh good, there's stairs. Ooh, what's this? More money. What's down here? Why are there butterflies here? Like... Huh. They still have no idea who is going to be breaking the rules. Alright, let's go do the cistern.
So you survived the cistern. Probably just a stroke of fortune.
We already killed the one thing, so let's hope there's no more. Can I climb this? Oh, that's horrible. They got stuck down here when everything went to shit for them. I don't know if they're still alive in some capacity. Like, they're moving, but I'm not sure how actually alive they are. So I have to find some way to get the vines to support my weight, I think. Over this way. Hello, good pupper. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Can't get over there. Let's put away the bow. Still worried someone's going to try to take it from me. Glad to hear it. Aid against the current. Yeah, I get that. I gotta go up the... I know. Gotta go up the river. What are you up to today, good pupper? Just...
Salve, Dooley. How are you
hanging
doing
out, just chilling?
Sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you.
Dooley did not do it.
Your spirit lives on in the underworld.
Did not do what?
Is that
it
true?
couldn't have been a real crime
Well,
because everyone would be dead if it was.
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
If I die and go to Tartarus, because they say I've been bad.
Oh, oh, hello. I was going to
hello?
wait for your conversation to finish, but that's fine.
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it. More than
But he
once.
couldn't have stolen, otherwise everyone would
But
be dead.
I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Ability.
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Magistrate Sentius Tidulius, I am writing to you in relation to your incorrigibly antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I've reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you were incarcerated, should you experience further lapses in memory. For someone who's got some kind of disability, that is a dick move to write a letter like that.
What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. What about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was bad. Like Galerius. He's nice.
It wouldn't matter if it resets the loop, but I can see why he would be unhappy about it.
And everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, he gave me this key. All I remember.
We already heard about this.
Bye-bye.
Where am I? Okay, yeah. I don't think I've done anything here yet. Old Scroll. Myth of the Golden Rule by Durotas the Younger. As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for this city. For a continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion, he deserves our admiration. But here I must depart from custom, for his attempt at imposing strict rule upon us is oppressive and overreaching and deserving of our contempt. So someone's not happy about things. Oriston, that hurt! How could you? Well, come on in. How are you today? I've been here. And I can't get past this statue. Oh, good pupper, thank you for the host. Can't go up there. I'm just trying to figure out what I should do next.
Such again, with incessant labor. The water they have lost.
Oh, that's a tough decision. I don't want to encourage you if it's financially irresponsible, but it is a very good product. I got mine 3 weeks ago or something, and I'm really happy with it. But only if you have the resources. It also arrived really quick too, which I was surprised about. I think it was like 5 days or something. You've backed yourself into a corner. You bought a VR game, so now you have to buy the VR headset, right? That's here. Yeah, Speed Saber is a good time. It is also not an easy game. That's horrifying. Jesus. Oh. That's it? Okay. So... maybe we should do this. I don't like the dude, but... oh, wait. Galerius... or Magus... not Galerius, not Malleolus. Malleolus is the dick. I tried No Man's Sky in VR, and I found like it's visually quite impressive, but I found I liked the gameplay a lot better outside of it. It feels a little janky in VR.
again, my Sisyphean friend.
But like if you get the
what's on
setup,
your
definitely try it. Like it's if you've got the VR kit, there's no reason to not try it if you already have the game.
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me. I suppose you're right. I've bounced the idea, but...
skip that.
Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. That's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. Gladly. I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a... all right, friend. Hope you find a way.
So he won't do it. Do I have time to get everyone to vote for Galerius? I still don't know how long I have until the reset. I don't think there's really anyone that way. We're gonna go this way. If you haven't done it too, in No Man's Sky right now, there is an event, the 4th expedition going on right now, which is a perfect opportunity to get introduced to the game. I just finished it a couple days ago. Yesterday? 2 days. What's Thursday? So I finished it on Tuesday.
Feeling all right? That's
So I
a
can't
shame.
make her vote for anything. Make you vote for someone? Oh, geez, crazy eyes.
Salve and welcome. Need something? All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get Malleolus to back out first, and then we'll see where we're going.
So you survived the system. Probably. What now? Too bad. He's busy. Unless... I'm glad you asked. See, He's a busy, left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return. Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron. What's in Coolio Mio? Just make it good. Hey, Caput Murde, Futuere AS, just make it good. Dunno, something good. Just make it good.
What about a bottle of wine? I have multiple bottles of wine.
Yeah?
And there's no other ones here.
If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll...
Oh, it's locked. That didn't help me much. Oh, this. God damn it, I need to find a way to be able to climb the vines. Like, everything relies on me finding a way to climb the vines. Okay, I haven't talked to this dude yet.
I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to share, I will wait until we are better friends. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so...
Information might be nice.
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
Yeah, it makes some sense, I guess.
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and droning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy.
So we got drunk and passed out and woke
Quite a
up
lot
here.
of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. Anything you like. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important.
The only thing I know I can do right now is steal the bow. I'm not sure I want to go about doing that. Yeah, I really need to figure out how to climb the vines.
Salve.
Oh, it's her. Good. Whoa, wait. I haven't talked to you after letting you out. Or saving you.
I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. Our priestess at Quartia once told me it's the gods, but they've got...
I think we already...
I doubt it. I mean, I suppose we will. All right.
Okay, so that's two people who want me to get Malleolus out of the election. And I'm down for that. I just need to figure out how to climb things. Yeah, okay, I do know that. That's a locked door. Breeze flickering in and out of existence. I haven't gone back and talked to the magistrate dude since the first time I talked to him. Okay, so this is another thing I should be able to climb if I can figure out how to climb vines. Actually, what am I doing? I want to go down the zip line. Hey, Sunder. What are you doing? I don't think I've pissed off this lady yet.
I love your clothes. Oh, you're here. And I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
Doing well.
And there's a light in your eyes I've never seen before.
Busy day?
What was that? Some kind... I take back what I... Let's just forget that ever happened. Certainly. For 10... Have you met Livia? She used to
Oh,
do my
no.
hair until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to her. Whatever you like. Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between... All right.
All right, let's see if I
Just
can
as
get
the
anything
ocean,
from her.
but it does not notice the crowd.
Nope.
The bloodless
I think I'm doing
shadows.
okay.
Some. There. Help me. You cannot. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. The bloodless. There. The newly.
Okay, so none of that helps. All right, I'll have some more water. Thank you for the hydrate. Ah, refreshing.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
I think she lives up here. Yes. Nothing here that would suggest why she's why she's gone crazy. They're using her as a rack. Here. That just takes me to the top of the slums. That takes me here. I have a feeling the game itself will change if I go steal that bow, so I'm kind of holding off from it. I just need to figure out how to climb
May
things.
Apollo keep you safe.
I don't know how late in the day it is either. How much money do I have? I mean, I could give the guy 1,000. Let's go talk to this dude.
Are they?
Oh, him.
We're finally alone. We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to... I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Is that about right? If so...
Yes, that is about right.
What happened? I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason. Ask them. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss? You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here
That's
we see to
horrible.
it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question.
I guess.
Of course. What is it? Well, if you've stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to preserve
going to talk about
the
this
crux
again.
of it, to illustrate, so the fact that you are still... Excellent. It looks... Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now, the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction.
The fires.
They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. Thank you. I'll be waiting.
Oh, so none of these are true, though. Oh, that's right. I haven't found the guy who's Quinticus. What color are your eyes?
Ossin Coolio mio.
Right, can't tell.
May Apollo keep you safe.
You look well, my sartorial friend.
Those are both the same color.
Salve. Welcome back.
Those are both the same color.
Nice to talk to you.
Ah, you again.
Both the same color.
See you around.
Oh, I haven't talked to you yet.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know
That sounds a
how
little
to address
formal
me.
for my taste.
And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
There's negative connotations where I'm from.
Older. I see. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them.
Yes,
what
they all
know
pass out and then
see
wake
if
up on the
you
river,
notice any
just like I did.
patterns. I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. You have? Then what is it? Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier, you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think
The
you should
boatman?
see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths. But Don't follow too closely. We can't have people...
Oh god, we're not bathing together, Jesus.
We'll talk in the baths. There's something...
Okay, okay. Well, I'm just gonna go to the baths. I don't know where... These are the baths, though. Where is she going? Unless there's another set of baths. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in. We'll see what happens. Coming? I don't know where she is. Maybe I'll just leave the area altogether and see if she goes in on her own.
So you survived the system.
Yeah, it's definitely later. There's definitely time passing.
Isn't the great temple majestic? We'll talk in the baths. There's something you need to see for yourself.
Okay, then why aren't you going there? Oh, there, now she's going. Alright. Don't follow too close, though. Someone might think poorly about us. Oops. Oh.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard.
Is she gonna try to
make out
kill
in
me?
this light. If only we could see.
Oh, there we go.
What a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Charon. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful.
That's an interesting twist.
Their final moments.
But why am I
It
here?
tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being
It's a
need
fair
with
question.
coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity.
Yeah,
We don't have much
please.
to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the golden rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
That's fair.
I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've ever met. And even that lamp of yours looks like something Prometheus might have stolen from the gods. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the Forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale.
Apparently Proserpina the reason I even have the time portal to begin with?
Abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
Oh, Persephone. It's Persephone.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? That is strange. There are no rivers here.
The cisterns. It's the cisterns. I need to climb.
Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct and into the upper cistern. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the... May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina.
Time's passing though. The election's probably going to happen soon, and then something bad is going to happen. And everything will reset. Oh yeah, we gotta go deal with Crazy Lady. Wondering if no, I still don't have. I didn't keep the note from what's her face that I stole from the chest.
Hilarious.
Horatius?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The
They're not
sluggish
insane.
Styx
She's just
exhales vapor, and by that
dealing
way,
with revelation
the
she has
shadows
no
of the
one to share
newly
it with.
dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the Forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Horatius? You look troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Where's the room that that person's
There is.
supposed to have?
Whatever's in that great temple
Looking a
up
bit
there on the
troubled
bluff.
there.
I bet
Still
it's
no
worth
sign of
some
Scintilla.
fortune.
And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah,
Joel.
I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're
Yeah, I
torturing
don't know
yourself.
which room is supposed to be
Leave that for
theirs.
the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Handsome. Back again. Couldn't stay away, huh? Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with
Look out for
Georgius,
Scintilla, would you?
whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered.
Naturally.
The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. All right, see ya.
Citizen,
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Go talk to this dude.
Greetings and salutations. Hello again, my sartorial friend. What is on your mind? Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath us. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the Temple of Demeter. Each day,
That's probably
I
the
live off
damaged
food
temple.
in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is never eaten, so I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know what I saw? Nothing! Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for two
I'm
people
curious
disappearing.
too.
But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings.
That said, I'm not sure we have the time, so I'm gonna go reset things.
Galerius?
Steal a bunch of money.
Love your clothes.
Looking a bit troubled there.
So
Still no sign of Scintilla.
You
I
stay
haven't
away
slept
from my
for like
money.
3 weeks.
Don't be too hard.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Death is honorable, therefore death is not evil.
Salve, friend. Mind? Oh. Yulia. Poor
Let's
bird.
get him to take care of everything.
But how did you... Alright, let me see. I'll go.
Thank you, Galerius. It's a good thing I saved the money.
Ixion turns.
This one.
Fabia, listen.
There's a troublemaker coming into the city.
I know, and I'll take care of it. Go and hide, but not in the empty shrine.
Wait, how did you know I was headed in there?
No time to explain. Go!
All right, I'll be in my bakery. Thank you, Galerius.
Ah. How did I not notice this before? Pretty sure I was in there and I didn't see this. If there's anything interactive along the way.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
We've got quite the
It's a sincere
setup down
pleasure
here.
to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute.
Okay.
I'm hoping...
Let's see if we're up for this task.
Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right? I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. You mean, how did I end up
Raises some
living alone
interesting
in this
points.
cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death.
But aren't you already all dead?
So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto.
Oh, so he's Greek.
Long before that, my people called him Hades. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need.
Fair
And
enough.
sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it.
Of course you did.
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpine. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
It's like a reliquary.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate. I enjoyed our chat, but
very interesting. Oh, that just drops back down again.
Ah, you've returned.
Oh, a giant bathtub. I believe the bow might be needed for this part. When is he gonna jump up and attack me? They broke through into an aqueduct of some kind? Ah! Is that enough? So he had become one of these golden things, I think. I suspect that was him. Oh, that's him. Oh, that's just... I hit both of them. That's just a statue, though. Oops. Is that all of them? Just two? No. What the fuck? They do not like light. I suppose if I didn't get the bow, it would have disabled these encounters. Cause it... Oh, there's so many of them still. Okay, that's just a regular statue. Plaque reading the same thing. We'll be able to do this from safety up here. They can't get to me. There are more of them, which I don't think there are. Good. This place is saying the same thing. I'm waiting for someone to come to life. That's my buddy.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris. Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris'
Oh, so it's like
name.
Sanskrit or something.
But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed.
If I screw this up, I'm going to have to come down here all over again.
You are too late. It is done.
Oh, god damn it.
It could not have gone any up now. The thing of... Good. Be gone. Wait. You are planning... I urge you, return...
Yeah, I'm planning on going down there. And you pissed me off.
And curse this place!
Really? I cannot kill him. Demarian. Now to get out of here. I don't see anything moving. So of course I pull out my flashlight, which will piss it off if there is something. Oh, barricades. Defend themselves from something. Coming from in there. Maybe it was the Egyptians? Granger, heed the final words of Namkazu, bear witness to our aftermath, and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms, as if family. But with each newcomer, the bonds of our family strained, and soon we were as strangers to each other. And when those bonds were finally broken, my brothers and sisters planted only for themselves and ate and drank alone. And it was there, in the empty space between us, that sin took root. Nurgle's sentinels have awoken, and they clamor at our barricades. Learn from our mistakes, I assume. Ooh, hello. Is there anything this way now? I think this is the way I was supposed to come. They keep turning their heads and I keep thinking... that something's there. Will we do it again? That screen shake, though. Is that a mistake?
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you
Let's see if
further
I can
insult
fix
my
this
gods,
with words.
I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? Then you admit it. You wish to destroy. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Now you insult me and all of my ancestors. You have...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, shit. Oh, I'm gonna have to... Let's see if I can still talk my way out of that.
When I told you that you would not find a...
All right, let's... Let's do this again.
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point? You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while, and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
Do all of these suddenly acquired bows from somewhere? Oh, there's a sneaky little hole somewhere. Oh, there. Okay, so we gotta go back this way. I think. Yes, yes we do.
Ah, you've returned. Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoyed our chat.
I don't know where the other one dropped down from, but let's try going the other way. Because it looks like it drops down somewhere.
Ah, you've returned.
And I just want to know where. Oh, just I hadn't gone quite far enough to see it. So we have 2 of the 4 plaques. Oh. What is happening? Oh. That's this thing collapsing on this dude. Alright. So we're going to save the game here. And I'm going to call it for tonight because I am past my 4 hours, and it seems like a reasonable place to stop. We'll look for the other 2 things tomorrow. Maybe I'll send you over to see Tristan. We haven't rated Tristan in ages. Tristan. He's playing Gas Station Simulator. Yeah, I hope you have fun. I hope you had fun today, and because this is actually a really entertaining game. I'm glad that they took a mod and made a full game out of it because it works really well. I like it. I think we're almost certainly going to finish it tomorrow, partway through the stream. So I'll figure out what I'm going to do for the remainder after that. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. If you'd like to, there it goes. If you'd like to keep in touch offline or just follow along with what's going on in the stream, you can follow me on Twitter or join my Discord server. Both are linked in the chat and below in my bio. And yeah. Oh, thanks, Chase. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself and enjoyed your lurk. Yeah, so say hi to Tristan. I don't really have a raid message. I'm waiting till I get emotes before I start doing those. So I will be back tomorrow at around the same time, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, and we will finish this game off and see what happens afterwards. Until then, have a great night, everyone. Bye.
Aeon Pup, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. How you doing? Let us continue to grow our piano once more. Should we ride with this piano to the top though? Who beeped at me? Hold on a second. Who is beeping? Was it you? Who was beeping? I'm confused. I'll just take care of all of you just in case. I'm simply stating absolute facts. It is a fact that we did lose a bunch of time here. I still need to go get my food. Give me just a second, chat. I need to go get my food.